Class 4, Trevor Zimmerman, Braden Cox, Colin Cox, Cassie Miller, Claire Stanley, Jolynn Glidewell, Wes Brown, and Shelby Smith, ranges from 1265 to 1330.
I was zoned. Say that again, wait.
1265 to 1330. Class 5, if you want to be ready, Hank Smith, Kylie Rhodes, Greta Yon, Jenna Schultz, Amy Chilcote, Dugan Yon, Hallie McVicker, Aston Courtney, and Sean Moore.
one of those drives. He gives us some variety and gives an opportunity for you to find your kind, and that may or may not be where I landed, but I just think the calf who wins this class, I just think the stars align here. They just make sense. Yeah, I'm going to pick him first because that's my job. He could be a little deeper hearted for me and drop into that mid-rib and flank just a little more naturally. I know the young man's worked hard to get what's there. And so that tells me if he had to work that hard to get what's there, I know what it really is when he's hungry. So, we'd like to drop that a little bit more. But at the end of the day, you know how much of that we eat? None. So, what really strikes me? Is he cool? Yeah. But that's not his advantage in this class. That's a bonus. His advantage in this class is he brings some of the power that we see in a few other calves. He does it with enough finish. Just a little more and make me happy. But he's just kind of floating on the edge of enough. But he's trim. He's pretty sound relative to this calf class. He's pretty moderate in terms of his size. Again, much is often the case. I don't know if he's the most of any one thing, and I really just don't care. I think he just brings it all together into a package that is palatable and it's just fun to absorb. I think that's why he wins. If you want the most extreme, we'll start talking about some other stuff. Calf who comes in at second. Here's a calf who's got a bit more cover, okay? And I'm a bit more comfortable with this calf's ability to grade, and I'll concede that to you. You were right. You doesn't bring your calf up here. Oh, put him on parade. Let the world see. That's a good calf. Again, sound enough. Throws aren't his favorite thing anymore, but he's still plenty sound enough. He's flexible. He's big. He's soggy middle, and I love that. He's sharp-fronted enough. He just doesn't have near the actual muscle shape. When you get your eyes on him up high and you touch him, he just doesn't pop with the same sort of top shape as some of his other peers on the top end of the class. That's his challenge in this drive. Young lady Charlotte Cat coming out next, the White Nose Charlotte Cat. This one, does he have the fancy of some of the other calves in the top end? No. But these kind of calves feed every day, and they make money. Why? Because of all the things this calf has. He's big enough to put on pounds. He's moderate enough to not to be too extreme. He's sound enough we talked about in a couple other calves. This calf's got a bigger top than the steer in front of him. Again, could he use just a touch more cover over his rear rib? Yes, he could. Am I okay with where he's at for his weight? Yeah, I am. And on top of all that, he's reasonably attractive to boot. So is he as haired up as the other three steers in the top four? No. But is that good cattle? Absolutely. And I think that puts him over maybe the wowiest calf in some ways in four, is this calf's just a bit more practical. To me, what makes a good show steer? A good show steer is that they have to start the show ring and be able to go to the feedlot. It's exactly the opposite. A good show steer is the kind that if I have 100 of them, I can feed them in a feedlot and be successful. And then, oh, by the way, they're pretty. That's that. Calf who stays in four. Is he the widest? Absolutely. Is he the biggest hip? Absolutely. Is he the biggest bone? Absolutely. And so I can understand there's going to be some folks sort of gravitate to him, and you'll get no pushback. He is all of those things. For me, he's just a little too extreme. His structure is a little questionable for me, in particular up front. He wants to turn out from the base of that blade pretty hard, and I know she's worked his toes to keep him in check. Yet still, he wants to turn pretty bad from that knee down. He's still pretty green compared to some of his contemporaries higher than him in class. If he has a touch more cover on him, it might buy him another spot. To me, it's just like to tone him down a little bit. I think if we bring his muscle mass back just a little bit, I think it'll play a little nicer with his skeleton, and I think he'll travel a little bit cleaner as well. The other shark calf, again, you can equally move him up a spot and you wouldn't bother him. He's certainly more reminiscent of the other Charlotte influence calf in terms of being a little sounder, a little more nimble-footed, a little more real. To me, he gets just a little bit too round and first made up front. The cosmetics in the show ring fighting. Young lady coming out next has one who's a little sharper fronted, maybe a little leveler hip, just gets up a little bit of muscle mass, gets a little tight with twist for me. And then the right footed calf who's going to round out the class, that's an angular calf. He's long fronted, he's level in terms of his hip. He's really cool from the profile. He just needs more fat and more muscle for him right now. Ladies and gentlemen, would you dig in and give everybody in that class a nice hand, please?
So Wes Brown and Claire Stanley, if you guys want to stick around. We'll start with class 5. Hank Smith, Kylie Rhodes, Greta Young, Jenna Schultz, Amy Chilcote, Dugan Young, Holly McVicker, Aspen Courtney, and Sean Moore. language from 1335 to 1420.
Move forward, please. All right, sir, will you take me around?
Turner, Ellie Eddy, Demi Smith, Coulter Schultz, Hazel Soffer, Hayden Kammerer, and Henry Soffer.
one of these classes where there's a loaded give and take from, say, 2 to 6, 2 to 5, 2 to 6, something like that. but it's just a similar situation that we had just a few moments ago. There's just a calf in there who's destined to win. And that's the young lady's steer here, kind of off to my right. Again, every animal has some things we tweak a little bit. Is he quite as soft-centered as I would like? Maybe not. But in this class, his combination of carcass merit, I mean, both muscle, but also fat fiber, pounds of carcass. By the way, these calves are getting up here to where this is the normal weight, right? In today's world, sometimes we talk about, well, for those heavyweight classes, no, this is an expected weight in the feedlot in today's world, right? You bring a 1,200-pound calf out of a feedlot, somebody's losing money. And so, this calf, his weight's good, muscle's good, fat's good enough, needing to be deeper flanked, needing to be a little deeper hearted. He's a little straight off each end for me, but when he gets in motion, he handles it okay. So I can forgive that. The more important thing is soundness. That's the bigger issue, and he pulls that off. So that's how I see it. I think he comes in here, and oh, by the way, he's easy on the eyes. And so you put all those things together, he's just going to win this class, regardless of who's on the microphone, as it's presently consistent almost every single day. From there, we got Chap. The captain stands in second. In some ways, looks the most like our class runner. Probably from a balance and an eye appeal standpoint from the side. You can pull that calf out here if you want, so if I can see it. That calf is probably the other calf who really has that kind of flashy, cool, show steer kind of look. The challenge is he gives up some muscle to the class runner and actually gives up a little muscle to some of the calves that are behind it. That becomes the balance. But what he does have is an adequate degree of muscle, a pretty good handle from a cover standpoint, and he's pretty sound. That makes him logical to follow my class runners. 3 and 4 and 5 is a particularly tough spot for me. The calf in 3 is probably maybe the coarsest of the calves on the top end. That's a real world feedlot steer right there. That calf has muscle shape, that calf has hip, that calf has ribbon body. Those are the kind that just go out and feed and make people in the beef business money. In the show ring today, calf gets a little throatier, a little chunkier neck, and gives up a little bit of the pretty in the upper third. But look how deadly sound he is. Arguably as sound as anything on the top end of class. That's a good real world kind of steer that we need a lot more of in our business. Calf coming out in 4, I think they are. Here's another one, a little bit like the calf 2 back. Really attractive from the side, balanced, long spine. If this calf has a bit more width and a bit more muscle, this calf not only sneaks up a spot, it might sneak up 2 spots. This calf just needs more power in it for me to do that. The red calf, a little bit more in line with the calf, a couple spots back, a little more of a feedlot-oriented kind of calf, and that's a good. I don't say that in a negative sense at all. This calf's big and growthy. To me, as I try to pile everything together, he just gives up a little bit of the small stuff. He's not quite as attractive. He doesn't have quite as much in his lower quarter as a couple other calves. So it's little things, nothing big. That's a good real world kind of steer. The stiff-faced calf coming around neck. Probably a little more attractive than 2 of the calves in front of it in terms of front-end design and those kind of things. This calf to me is just a little bit more tentative in terms of his top. Calf just doesn't swing that back leg quite as comfortably for me. I deal with that. The next calf coming around, here's his big scale. We got a couple calves here that are both pretty big scaled kind of steers. This calf to me is elevated, all those things. Quite a ways from being big. This calf is really designed to go to a pretty heavy weight, and we're just not there yet. And so I toned that one down frame size for it to fit in this class. Probably the calf that genetically is destined to be the biggest and may never get that chance is the gentleman's calf coming out next. That's a big, lanky, long-bodied kind of calf who's still got a long ways to go. That calf could beat for a while if he wanted. And again, in today's world, that's perfectly appropriate. But unfortunately, in this class, he comes across as too far from his end point, even though he does have some balance and some soundness pieces that you really like. And then the hook mark calf who's going to round out the class, certainly bigger body, certainly closer to his end point in terms of ability to go up there and maybe snap and touch that to his face just a little bit, but a couple calves higher. He just needs more width, more muscle, and I might redesign his pin set just a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, class 5, give those folks a nice hand for us, please.
So Hallie McVicker and Hank Smith, stick around.
Weight range.
We'll call class 6, Allie Turner, Ellie Mitty, Jenny Smith, Hilda Schultz, Hazel Strasser, Kaden Cameron, and Henry Strasser. Weight ranges from 1430 to 1565.
Everybody pull forward, please. And then you're going to follow that.
So sure, we're up here in the big kid territory, but again, I just want to drive home the fact that as we're doing these educational endeavors, we all know kind of the targets for the show steers and what we're aiming for, but recognize really no calf in today's business up here in this class has to receive a weight discount. There might be one calf, depends upon where he's sold, he might, but even he probably wouldn't. And so these are kind of the norm. And so we want to recognize that. A lot of times we come into this class and that last class and oh my gosh, they're like freaks, like the abominable snowman or something like that. No, this is kind of where the business is. And so I appreciate a lot of cattle that tell a lot of weight, keep the feet and legs underneath them. I appreciate that. That's not an easy task. And given the good that's in the class, then Lady Steer's going to win and win handily. Because this calf does that weight in a bit more of a three-dimensional approach, right? This calf is the smallest calf in class in terms of stature, but is at a pretty substantial weight. And so I think what you really quickly understand, it doesn't take much to figure out, that calf's pretty wide, and your eyes tell you that calf's pretty wide. The calf's got a lot of rib cage. Now, with that muscle, if I'm going to have my brothers, what would I do? I could shave a little of the top side of that shoulder off. Wouldn't be the worst thing ever. He's got a big old, he's got a man shoulder to go with a man everything else, okay? And so we could trim him up just a little bit. He's just a little bit bulky in that regard. But past that, the center body shape is really, really nice. He's big-bodied enough to be productive. He's not wasty belly. He's bold enough to be impressive, but he's not excessive and just bust-gutted. You get in behind him. He's not the heaviest muscle steer we've seen in the show. Is he pretty heavy muscle? Yes, in fact, he is. So to me, he's plenty ample in terms of power. Again, whether he's established or not is just not relevant for me. Once you get to a certain threshold, that's really all you need. To me, the cool thing is when you study this guy, man, he gets that motor's pretty good. His joints still flex really nice. And for a big old calf, he just pounds around like that. That's pretty hard to do. And oh yeah, he's fun to study when you look at him. He's fit up really nice. That's a good bonus. Wins pretty easily. Calves from 2, 3, and 4, there's some debate. Okay? I'm going to give that to you. And if you think, Chip, 2, 3, 4, and 5, I want to make sure I make sure that. If you as a Chip, I think you're just crazy, I'd go grab calf 4, calf 5. There'd be no arguments for me. Because you can make a very cogent, very sound argument. You might watch your comb there so you don't step on it in a second. To me, I guess, why we're going to land on the young man's calf. This calf to me, come on, yep, keep on coming. Is that calf like quite the pounds of product for one or two others? No, probably not. But this calf to me is maybe the more practical of some of these. This calf pulls together. And when you get this calf on the move, it's pretty sound, it's pretty easy on the eyes. He feeds up pretty good in terms of fat cover without any wastiness. That's a good balanced calf. And I think logically for me, for what I'm going for, follows my class. Now the calf that's going to come out in 3, if you're going to say, I think this calf might have just a bit more stifle in him, I have just a bit more rib in him, I wouldn't argue with that. I think you might be right. This calf, I'd like to redesign his front leg a little bit. He gets a little wonky from his knee down, but that's not his biggest issue. His biggest issue, he gets a little bit too tight in his heart. He's a little too flat in the upper portion of his rib as he comes out. So that rib up high, I'd just like to explode that up just a little bit, give him a little more muscle tone right there. And I might just, again, from a profile standpoint, he gets a little bit softer in terms of his pin set. Young man coming out next, fought through the whole class. This one kind of wanted to push around there for a little bit, but he stuck with him, and I think he's got him broke now. And this calf is sound. Again, another good real world feedlot kind of steer. And this trio is right in this spot here. Got some cover. I feel pretty darn confident this calf's going to go up, and he's going to get some premiums based on quality grade, and I appreciate that. This calf's got a pretty good lower quarter in him. He's on the edge of maybe getting a little bit too wasty though, and so there's the balance. He's certainly not a yield grade 4 at this point, but he's pretty high into the 3s, and so we could maybe trim him up just a little bit. So again, a really nice calf, and I have no problems if you like that good real world feedlot here higher. Young lady coming out next has one who's a little more aesthetically appealing from the side maybe than the calf directly in front of him. He's longer fronted, he's smoother shoulders. He just sacrifices muscle to get there, so there's the problem. And maybe becomes the first of a group of calves who are a little bit greener. They just need a little bit more fat down in their briskets. Last 2 calves, both of these calves need quite a bit more cover on them right now. the gentleman's cap. From the side, when you set this one in motion, he's pretty easy on the eyes. He's good to look at. He balances up, he pulls himself together. Young man's got him pretty full right now to help me to get the best visual I can. But trust me, when you read him in his brisket over his top and get your hands on him, he's pretty raw. He needs some time on feet yet to really give us a good chance he can go up in grade. And ditto that thing on the heavy white mark calf. This calf is big scaled, has the ability to go up to some pretty extreme weights, I would think. Maybe some weights we have to be a little bit cautious about. But that's a lot of good in that calf. He's just not finished yet. We need more backup on him to get done. Ladies and gentlemen, a really nice set of heavyweights. Would you give those kids a nice hand?
So we're going to bring back the first place out of each class. Kyla Roberts, Harley Gilliard, Ashley Knives, Wes Brown, Hallie McVicker, and Ellie Nitty. And placement 2, Beyond Deck, Ashby Hall, Tiana Bowles, Isabel Gilliard, Claire Stanley, Hank Smith, and Coulter Schultz.
I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and stack these out. I may need to touch something. Come on, buddy.
What a privilege to get to stand out here under that sun. I know it's sunny because I have a solar panel and it tells me. What a beautiful day. Again, what a privilege for a hillbilly like me to be able to stand out here and judge in this kind of environment, to watch your kids bust their tail and bring this caliber of cat. It's not. This is the kind of day, hopefully, amidst all the nonsense that we have going on in our lives right now, maybe this is the kind of thing that makes you go, okay, if we all go home, take that remote control, break that thing into like 1,000 pieces, and never turn that television on again, and turn our cell phones off more often, and remind or maybe time it would be good. Or get Campbell's phone eventually, you just quit doing it altogether anyway, right? I think if we can put what we're getting to see in perspective, yes, at the 2020 County Fair, a definitive moment at any time is going to be your grand champion steer. There's just no question about it. I would argue maybe in 2020, on this day, it's even more definitive because these folks know, these young people know, that it would have been just as easy for you all to punt. I'm guessing there are a lot of folks in the area who chose to do that in one place or another. Yet, amongst, how shall I say this and keep myself from getting in trouble? Amongst a unique level of scrutiny on your happenings, you all still found a way to put on an event these kids can be honored and proud of. And so, as I think I maybe said yesterday in the pig show, if I didn't, I should have, that I hope that when these folks here holding these calves make the rest of us obsolescent and they're making most of the decisions and they're doing better than we are, I hope their takeaway from 2020 is not the stuff you and I are going to remember, but the fact that in 2020, for some reason, mom, dad, little brother, big sister, what have you, was around more. We spent more time working with the steers. Why? Just because it was a chance to visit and talk. Maybe 2020, the chaos that some of us older folks think about, they'll remember it as the unique year when we had as much family time, maybe an uncomfortable level, as they've ever had. And so, it truly is an honor for me to be able to stand here and watch your kids work. We're going to talk a little bit more about cattle in a second, but before we do that, let's recognize the humans. If you would, give these 6 people a heck of a hand for me, please. Real fast. Young lady comes in with the, can't walk there, keep forgetting that. I'm a slow zone. Young lady brings us in a red steer out of the first class. And that calf really set the model. Remember, it had to be a pretty darn good one just to get out of class. And comes out here and says, what? If we're going to play ball today, we're going to be tolerably sound, we're going to be pretty moderate, we're going to be pretty functional kind of calf. And I think that first class really set that tone. And then we ratcheted on up. Man, did we ratchet it up in class 2. Okay? That's a big old stomping calf. Out of one of the lighter classes, but that calf packs their wall up and really again punched the ticket on what we're going to do here today. It might be a little different than you might do if you're marking the cards, and I'm perfectly good with that. And I'm certainly humble enough to know that there are different ways to skin this calf. I'm okay with that. But I think really solidified what we're trying to accomplish. And then think about the challenge that came out of that third part. That wasn't for the faint of heart, and yet that red cap came out of there and beat some serious talent to get out here. And because it was so much look and style and grace in the front end for a steer, that isn't easy to be that powerful, that smooth in a track. Cool. Gentleman came into a class and kind of staked a claim to the class pretty fast, right? We talked about some of the things we'd modify and change and all that kind of stuff. But he came into that class and first time in that in the steer show, the calf came in and said, "This will be mine, thank you very much." And interestingly enough, then he kind of set the tone for the rest of the steer show, because that's how every class after that was. She comes in, boom, done. We're going to win this class. Then we come to our big heavyweights, ditto. Boom, I own this class. This is mine. And so, what a fun drive. And I hope that you see that they clearly make a lot of sense to you. Again, they may not be yours. And I can see that your kids get second or third in class, you're still convinced I'm wrong. I know. I've spent a lot of time on the outside of the fence too. And that's okay. That's okay. I'll leave and you'll never have to hear from me again, and all will be well. And you got a year to trust me. But these cattle mesh up well, and I am stoked. A lot like yesterday. You got to navigate your way through it. Man, we get out of here. This will just work. So I'm not going to belabor too much longer. I've rambled enough, other than to say that we'll highlight maybe 3 calves real quick, and we'll get this deal done. I guess for me, the decision, when I put all the things we've talked about, so I'm not going to reiterate all those things, but when I put all the things that we're talking about here today into my hopper, there are 3 calves who make a play. The red calf out of class, I think that calf is unique. And I don't use that terminology very often, because frankly most of them aren't unique. That calf's unique. Calf out of class 4. Again, that calf is, put a lot of those pieces in the hopper and makes a lot of sense. And then the big calf out of the last 5. Again, for all the reasons we've already talked about. So, with that said, I'm going to go find a champion if I can figure it out. But one more time, show these kids how much you appreciate their effort. Give them a hand. Because the only reason I don't have to wear a mask is because I talk a lot. I'm going to keep talking until they bring another calf in, otherwise I'm going to have to work. So, y'all going to grab that calf for me? As that calf gets itself situated, again, you're champion. I'm not going to, there's not a calf out here who does everything better than every other calf. That's just silly and childish to expect that. But here's what's cool about this calf. I want to pick on real quick, again, you're a big old heavy cat. He's going to have some brisket. So somebody thinks he's not going to have brisket when he's pushing 15 bills. I'm sorry, life doesn't work. Okay? Unless you're a big hard gun sucker who's 1750 and that ain't going to happen. But you know the cool part, I challenge you to study this cat. When all these cats leave here in a minute, watch this big old boy. He's the soundest cat in this ring. He's the soundest cat in this ring. Watch the lay of his shoulder. It's a unique position that some of his peers can't handle. To be that massive, you have to keep that shoulder blade tight and that elbow tight to that forerib so that he can function. Keep his legs up underneath and not too far out. Yep, take your position. Up there, okay? And so, to me, when you can do all of that, give me that kind of look, beautiful set to a hind leg. Tell you what, when I got on a plane in the wee hours the other day, that's what I was looking to find. Thank you. Reserve is hard. I won't lie. It's really hard for me. Because as much as there's some commonality, there's still some stark differences. I can go either way. I just can't. Today we're going to go with the red cap. Young lady, you'll be packing on reserve. Yes, bring the next guy. Just one.
I already got it, Chris.
Way to go. Way to be on there.
I'm prepared. If we get in the third, then we will hope.
Right here in this hole.
Told you she had to beat a good one to get out of class. I wasn't lying, was I? Okay? Maybe the whitest calf we saw all day. Maybe. It's one other instrument. And so, again, I still think the decision lands in these two classes for third place. Young man, that'll be you. Congratulations.
So what's the
Women will be doing that to you your whole life.
Good job, Wes.
Tell you what, why don't we help her out? Let's just scoot this whole trio up a little. Could you just pull me up, stay on the rail, stay head to tail, too? We'll just scoot you up. We'll just leave a void there because we're going to need that gate. Okay? Does that make sense? So we'll still let this class come in and stand back here. There you go.
You want to fill in this hole right here.
Cool, comes out of class too. Congratulations.
Nope. Young lady, just stay right here for me, okay? You don't need to pull up too much because we're going to have to fill that spot. Next one up.
Tiana Bowles, if you want to enter the ring.
Actually, you'll be up in front of the smoke.
Calf out of class 5, don't even say him up. We'll be fine.
Yay, Chris. Hey, come back.
Right in behind this steer. Right between these two steers, okay, sir?
Calf out of class 3. Congratulations.
Danny Sexton, we'll need a call in for Danny Sexton.
Danny Sexton, if you want to enter the ring, please.
She's all the way across the infield.
Well, that's what he wants.
See a long ways?
You want third place?
She's all the way
It'll
across
be
the...
a few minutes then.
It's up to you. It's your call. You run the show. I'll wait or I'll go.
We usually place out of the top two, so we're good.
Okay, so I can keep cranking?
Yep, keep cranking.
Make it happen. Okay.
Hannah, we don't need him.
Never mind, Danny.
Young lady, you'll be crying. What are we at? 7? Congratulations. Wheel on over. And I'm going to keep going. 8, right here, sir.
Go ahead and pull another ball.
9, right here. And 10, right there. Congratulations. Give him one more big hand for us, please.
Thank you very much. Do you need him to stay in here?
Hey. Piano bowls. I think they, you got, hey,
Can we let him go?
you got them? You got them all? Okay, they're good to go.
Congratulations to Ellie Mitty for Grand Champion and Reserve Champion Ashton Knight.
Nice job, man. Well done. I can't add another 100 pounds or so. Yeah, sure. Probably won't. Nice job.
Let's all give our judge a big thank you for being out here with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great, safe travels home. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. I don't. Not me.
I'll put it in my pocket for now. Give it to Dale.
We'll have about a 30-minute break between our market
Campbell hooked me up.
market judging classes and our showmanship classes. We'll begin our first class of novice showmanship. Ashton Courtney, Krista Lowenmortar, Sophie Reeves, Bailey Smith, Anne-Marie Sauer, Lucy Wright, and Hazel Soffer. Novice Showmanship Class 2, if you want to be on deck, Brooklyn Kopp, Brody Smith, Greta Yon, Hank Smith, Henry Soffer, and Lane Cooney.
We'll go ahead and ask these three young ladies here to come back so they can go ahead and move the ring now if they would like. Kind of a difficult class. I think all these at some time struggle just a little bit with controlling their animals. It's always a challenge, I guess. You're out here in the hot sun. Typically shows are supposed to be held in a building so that they're used to it, they're cool, they don't get as distracted, they're just more calm and collected. We're going to go ahead and we're going to get these other young ladies out here. They're all going to receive blue ribbons. It takes a lot of courage as a young individual to come out with a larger animal and try to work with that animal. I don't have them in any particular place. We'll just go ahead and give them all blue ribbons. I talked to each individual a little bit about what they need to do. Just main things are lots and lots and lots of practice at home. If you want these animals to be calm and collected when you come into a new environment like this, you need to spend a ton of time at home. You need to be working either in front of a mirror or in front of your parents or something like that. Really make sure that you know the best possible way that your animal is set up to look at his very best. That's what showmanship's all about. You need to know how to set that animal up so he's always his best and so that he stays calm. Like I said, let's give these novices a big round of applause.
We'll begin Class 2 of Novice Showmanship. Brooklyn Kopp, Brody Smith, Greta Young, Hank Smith, Henry Soffer, and Lane Cooney.
Well, I wondered where the hell they were. There wasn't any of them down there. So I thought, well, what the hell is going on?
Hey, Isabel. I think you're in class.
So we'll go ahead and ask these four individuals. All the classes, in my opinion, are always a little tougher classes to judge. You've got individuals that always make some mistakes for sure, and they've also got some animals that sometimes work, sometimes don't work. That's just part of it, but that's what they're out here for, is learning experience. I went ahead and talked to those two individuals just a little bit about a couple things that they can do. The one young lady on the end there, her heifer's just not working very well for her. You can tell she knows what she's doing. Just give her a few tips and stuff how to come in here next year and have an animal that may work a little bit better for her. That young man next, just talk to him a little bit about how to make sure that steer is looking at his best at all times and kind of get him ready for the show. But we'll go ahead and give them both blue ribbons. Like I said, the in and out out here is, in my opinion, extremely tough and challenging. So we'll give them blue ribbons. And we'll go ahead and have you report come back.
So we'll bring back all the purple ribbon winners: Krista Lowenwater, Sophie Reeves, Anne-Marie Sowers, Brooklyn Kopp, Brody Smith, Hank Smith, and Henry Soffer.
The juniors can be on deck.
If the junior showmanship class wants to be on deck, Harley Gillard, Kendall O'Neill, Kyla Roberts, Sadie Smith, Brooklyn Ludeman, Eli O'Neill, Demi Smith, and Dugan Young.
Can you just put her in that first class? She's not on her turn. I'll tell her.
We could give all these young individuals a big round of applause for sticking it out here. Well, I'm trying to get used to this face mask here. I'll be honest, it's the first time I've ever wore one. But that's why we're out here today. We're out here for the kids. I hope that they're enjoying it out here. I hope that they're getting something out of it and that they're learning. As I said before, novices sometimes are a little bit tougher class to judge in my mind because there's a lot of mistakes. And I think you've got a lot of animals that don't always behave for you. And so that's why there's some people that I brought back waiting to see what some of their animals will do. And you can see that there's some differences as you go through. I guess I'll just go ahead and start by talking about the young lady on the end here with the little Hereford steer. Young lady that does a really nice job. She struggled with him a little bit, moving around the ring. Sometimes the animals get stubborn. I don't think I could ever stress this enough. I've got a daughter at home that I'm trying with right now. It's difficult, but the more you practice at home, the better we're going to be in the ring. You have to practice. Practice, practice, practice. The more you do that, the better they're going to act in the ring. That's just all there is to it. You need a parent, or you need somebody with a mirror that you can see what your animal looks like. He needs to look the best in the ring at all times. It's important during the live show, and it's important during showmanship. So it's extremely critical that you have that animal looking the best that you can. And I cast on this young lady a lot of times, the steer just not set up quite like I'd like to see him. I'd like to see her bring that head up a little bit more, but she's done a very good job. Her steer is extremely calm. You can tell she's done some work with it. Just needs to keep working a little bit more. Young man next here with the Hercules steer. Another young man that you can tell he spent some time with the steer. A lot of times he's just not set up quite like I think you'd like him to be. You can tell sometimes when he's moving around the ring, he gets a little bit timid, pretty big steer. Once again, that's practice at home, try to get him used to being moved around, that sort of thing. Once again, keep the head up. Always keep the head up. Next to is a young lady here with a shorthorn cross here. A young lady that you can tell, I'm sure she knows what she's doing. Whether she's done some or not, I'm not sure. But she just still wasn't working for her today. Once again, that's something that you got to work out at home. If you've got puppies at home, he needs to be taken out, let out in the field somewhere where you can lead him out there, bring him back. He's used to being away from those puppies. Okay? That'll help him in the arena. A young lady that usually, when she's got him set up, she does an excellent job of getting him set up. She's usually got the head up really well. Does a nice job there and should be commended. Next young man here, probably got one of the more docile steers in the arena. Works really well for him, but that's also a little bit of his fault too, because he gets a little bit complacent in how he stands. And so I think what you need to do is you need to work with him a little bit more, get that head pulled up. If you got to whatever you got to do, you always want to hang that head low. You always want to just stand a little flat. You need to be just a touch more aggressive with him, a little more assertive with him to make him look successful. As we got the 3 individuals left here, since we can't shake hands or do any of that stuff, I'll go ahead and talk about each one, and then I'll go ahead and pick the grand and reserve in the third place. Young lady. Oh, okay. So the young lady on the end here, she's got a calf. You can tell she's worked with this calf because normally calves get away from their mother and that's all they want to do is go back. But she's got fairly good control of this calf. She's usually got it set up pretty well. She does a nice job moving around the ring. A lot of times I'd catch her if that head wasn't up quite enough. You need to keep that head up. Kind of likes it up now. But young lady is also doing a nice job. Young man here with a black steer. Also young man that moves around the ring pretty well. You can tell steer could use a little bit more work. He's struggling a little bit as far as sometimes getting him set up again like he wants. It's hot out here. I understand that. And I've spent a little more time on a novice because I think this is an excellent learning opportunity for these kids. But a young man that still, he's got his steer fitted right, pretty well, and he usually has the animal standing pretty well, has done a nice job there, still moves around pretty well for it. Just to work on him a little bit more, as far as moving around the ring and making sure he's exactly how you want him. So he's really calm out here. Young lady on the end here struggled a little bit in the first class with her heifer, but I thought she maybe knew a little bit more. I was going to give her another chance a little bit because her heifer is acting up. Still doesn't like to stand broadside of her friend. And I had a steer once that was like that. They're hard to steer that, but once again, practice will help a lot. But she's way to judge with that. She always is usually pretty good about keeping them fairly well set up. She tries to keep the head up. A young lady that's also done a really nice job out here. With that, I will go ahead and I'll pick the grand reserve champion novice.
Congratulations to your top novice showman. We'll move on to the junior showmanship. Harley Gilliard, Kendall O'Neill, Kyla Roberts, Sadie Smith, Brooklyn Ludeman, Eli O'Neill, Demi Smith, and Dugan Young.
Hartley is in the first class of seniors. She won last year. Okay, so O'Neill. Virginia. One in. You gotta go in, make a big circle around, and then we're gonna go. And then Brooklyn, you become pilot. Brooklyn. And then Sadie. Sandy Light. Sadie next.
Let's give a big round to these juniors here. Okay, I think this is the age where I think a lot of the kids really start to gain a little bit more experience. They're making a lot fewer mistakes. They've still got a lot to learn, but they should know the basics. They should have their animals well trained. They need to have the time spent with them. And I think it's really important. You can definitely tell out here who spent some time with their animals and worked with them. There's some animals that are behaving a little bit better than others. But then there's some animals that just, when they're set up, they're not looking their best. It's always important, as I said before, that the animals look its best when they have it set up. And that, once again, takes a lot of work at home. But we'll go ahead and we'll start out with a couple red ribbons here on this end. The young man here in this end, one thing I commend this individual for all day long is he keeps that head up on that stairs. Awesome job on that. Really good job. You can bet that when you look over at him, he's going to have that head up on that stairs. And that's one of the most key things. Make sure the animal is right. Where you can start to use a little bit more work is making sure it's set up a little bit better at all times, okay? Like right now, his legs are almost crossed on the back. Not a good look for the stairs. So things like that. We just need to make sure he's set up a little bit better. I appreciate how calm the steer is. The young individual was able to move the steer around the ring pretty well. I appreciate that. I appreciate the head up. Just work on making sure he's set up to look his best. The next is the young man with the mini herper here. Another young man, I think he knows how he wants the heifer to stand up. She's not working real well for him today. He's really struggling keeping that head up. Let's work at home again. Teachers keep that head up. It's really important. And once again, so what I find him doing a lot is he doesn't get the heifer stand up quite right, so he ends up moving around a lot more than he needs to. Once again, it's just when we practice to get her so she's standing just the way you want at home for a longer period of time. Next, we'll start with the young lady here. Young lady that you can tell she knows, once again, she knows how she wants that steer to stand up. She's struggling a lot with getting it there. He's done a lot better over on this side. He was really struggling over here. Once again, whether it was standing next to the panel, I'm not sure, but had that steer worked a little bit better for her today, she would have been probably a little further up in the class. Appreciate her knowledge and how she wants her steer to stand and trying to get it there. It's a very good job there. Next is a young man here. Once again, does a really good job. Appreciate keeping that head up on that steer. Steer works really well for him. Maybe a problem here or two, but nothing that's a major concern. The steer walks pretty well for him. All very important when you're trying to make that animal look its best. Once again, where he comes apart just a little bit is making sure that animal's set up the way you want him set up at all times. Okay? You need to work on that, whether it's in front of a parent or in front of a mirror. just so that you know how he looks his best, okay? Good job with the head. Work on maybe making sure those feet are exactly where you want them all the time, okay? And then I think I'll give a few purple ribbons here. The young lady with the red heifer, once again, she's got fairly good control over heifer, appreciates that. Most of the time she's got it fairly well set up, but she struggles a little bit. I will say that as a judge, especially in showmanship, there is a crunch time, and that's when he's lined up, starting places. And at those points, when you start to fall apart, or if your steer starts to fall apart after whatever it is, that doesn't help your chances. She struggled a little bit over here with her heifer, probably knocked her back just a little bit, and then she sometimes just gets a little complacent and making sure it's set up quite like you want her to be, okay? But still does a very nice job. Certainly you think she deserves to put the ribbon. Next would be the young lady with the black steer, big kind of heavy black steer. A young lady that has been able to have, I thought, have really good control of steer throughout here. He's maybe a little bit piecey in his height, and I think she tries to do the best that she can to try to make him look as good as she can at all times. She's got his feet usually placed right where they need to be. She's usually got that head up, and she's usually aware of where the judge is. Very important for this place. I think the lady was really did a nice job, and certainly deserves to be reserved today. The young lady in the end with the Hereford black baldy heifer there. Once again, a heifer or a young lady that I'm really impressed with. She always knows where the judge is at. She's always aware of that. Her animal worked pretty well for her out here today. Got a little stumble earlier. That stuff happens. Not a big deal. The one thing that I would say, the heifer looks really well presented. She's usually got the head up. The one thing I would say that on that particular heifer, I think sometimes you get that leg too far forward, okay? I think I would move that back just a little bit more. You want to be more about 6 to 8 inches. And a lot of times she was a little bit more like a foot, and I think it ended up making her lip a little bit narrower behind. Just something I would fix there. And I think she definitely deserves to be our grand champion junior today. Congratulations to them all. Big round of applause.
Brooklyn Ludeman, you'll stay around for the last class of senior showmanship. And when this class exits, we'll start our senior showmanship class 1. Max Andrews, Amy Chilcote, Emily Finley, Sawyer Regan, Coulter Schultz, Claire Stanley, and Harley Gilliard. Class 2 of senior showmanship, be ready. Cassidy Bagnell, Kaden Kammerer, Kylie Rhodes, Jenna Schultz, and Allie
we could give this first round, group a big round of applause, please. I think when you get into seniors, you're dictated a little bit by age, but I think you get a lot of differences of still some experience. And I think that a lot of times shows up, I guess, in the arena, in my opinion. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just experience. But that's why we're here. That's why we're learning. I'd like to ask just a few questions. I'm not asking any real tough questions to these kids. They're out here trying to show their animal off. They need to know some basics. I'm not asking any brain harrowing questions, I guess, or anything. But I guess when we get into this class, we got the young man here in the end here. Young man that I appreciate, very honest with me, tells me I don't think he's ever touched the steer. And that's fine. You know, I'm glad he told me. But anyways, you need to make sure that that steer's able to be handled by the judge. I mean, you can't handle him, you don't know if he's finished. And I watched a few judges that don't handle steers. But there's some people doing that these days. I don't think you fully appreciate what that animal handles like. I've done it a lot with lambs, I've done a lot with steers. You bring that animal in, and you've got already an impression of how that animal feels when you see him walking in the ring. And there's numerous animals that will surprise the heck out of you when you actually put your hands on them. So I'm a big believer in that, and I've been coached that way for a lot of years. But the young man that still knows what he's doing, the animal's set up most of the time pretty well, he keeps his head up. Appreciate that. You just need to have him gentle down just a touch more. The lady next to him, with a mini there, a young lady that maybe a little bit the other way. The animal's almost a little too docile. I don't want to say it's too docile, but you need to be a little more aggressive, because once again, the effort just isn't placed in that arena. You need to make sure that she's at attention. She needs to have her head up. She needs to be a little more aware. We struggled quite a bit while we're having her stand there. She's standing pretty good now, but a little bit earlier we were struggling a little bit. Just make sure that she's set up just a little bit better. Make sure that she stands at attention a little bit more with that head pulled up. That takes practice. Next young man, same thing. A lot of times I look over, that head's not up on that steer. And it's one of my pet peeves, I guess. An animal always looks better with his head up, and that's easy to do. You gotta put your time in, and you gotta use muscle, okay? And then make sure, once again, you know how that animal needs to be set up. I ask questions out there, it helps me figure that out too if these individuals are learning out here. But just make sure that animal's set up a little bit better. Does a good job. Steer seems to be fairly calm. You can tell he has spent some time as far as the halter breaking process. Those will be our red ribbons. We'll get in a couple blue ribbons here. Kind of a toss-up here on these two individuals. The guy could have probably went either way. In the end, the young man on the end, I thought just had his steer set up just a little bit more impressive, I guess, how he had that animal set up. One thing I really didn't like, you need to pull that head up. A lot of times, you got that head just straight out of the top. You need to have that head up a little bit more. Might have got you into the final round, but still a really nice job of having it. Where the young lady here, I think she does a little bit better job maybe keeping that head up. A lot of times, she doesn't have a steer set up sometimes, but I'm sure some of you guys noticed steer's lame, and so she's struggling getting him where he needs to be. I think she recognizes that, and she's trying to adjust to that the best that she can. But in the end, does hurt to just a little bit of showmanship. But both certainly individuals that are deserving of this. I'll give them a big round of applause, and we'll ask these two to come back to the final round. I guess I was told that I was supposed to say something about myself. I guess I never did. Out here wearing this mask, nobody knows who I am or anything like that, I guess. My name's Tim Skinner. I grew up on a ranch in Hall, Montana. Some of you guys probably know me. I kind of called in here at the last minute, I guess. I was happy to help these kids out. We raise registered Angus and optimizer cattle in Hall, Montana. I've done quite a bit of livestock judging as I was growing up, and I was on the Montana State Livestock Judging Team. I will say that the young individual that happened to win the novice deal, he didn't win because of the Montana State face mask. Not that it didn't hurt, but that's not how you actually won. But since I graduated there and spent some time on the team there, came back to the ranch, and we've been raising cattle ever since, getting a little bit bigger. I run the place with my brother and my father. That's just a little bit about me.
So we'll start with Senior Showmanship Class 2, Cassie Bagnell, Isabel Gilliard, Hayden Cameron, Coulter McWilliams, Kylie Rhodes, Jenna Schultz, and Allie Turner. Senior Showmanship Class 3, Tiana Bowles, Carlin Cox, Joylyn Glidewell, Ashley Knight, Cassidy Miller, Abby Riska, Danielle Sexton, and Logan Turner.
Kaiser didn't like you.
No, it's too far.
Good job, Bubba. At least you don't have like a lot of adhesive in it. Yeah, because I told him not to put it in it.
give these kids a round of applause. I apologize, I'm trying to find a happy medium here between going too fast because it's hotter than heck out here, and giving the kids their due justice out here, and giving them a good opportunity to show off what they've got here. We'll go ahead and get started with this class. We'll start with the red ribbons on this end. Young lady on the end here that has done a pretty good job. She usually does a pretty good job of keeping her head up on her steer. She does a nice job about that. It seems to be just a touch restless out here, which could be just hot. Who knows? A lot of different things, but doesn't help out here today. And then once again, just needs to be a little bit more aware of how her steer is set up so that it looks the best that it can at all possible times. Next we'll go to the young lady in the red here. Doesn't do too bad at keeping it set up. Like to see her, it's not set up great right now, but like to see her keep that head up. It really detracts from that steer. If you kept that steer's head up, you'd sure add a lot to that steer. Make him look a lot better out here, a little bit quieter. You sure would look a lot better out here. The young lady has done a nice job. Very docile, very appreciate her that she can handle it very well. Next is a young lady here with Cal. She's got really out with this side. I know she knows how she wants it set up. She's just not able to get it there today. Cal's not wanting to work for it. Next wants to get back to its calf. That's sometimes the price to pay of bringing pairs in the show ring. But the young lady has still done a nice job until she knows what she's doing. Just Cal was not working for her, and a lot of times it's set up really bad. And I can see her trying to fix it. She's trying to do it at the right times. I appreciate that. Just need to get there. Next, these three will be blue ribbons here. Next is a young man in the FFA jacket. A young man has done a nice job keeping that animal moving around the ring, keeping the head up. It cooperates really well. I appreciate that. Need to work on getting it set up so it looks fast. Okay? Very critical. But done a nice job of going all the way around. Next is another young lady. Debated on where to place her for a little bit. Thought about bringing her back. Just a little complacent out here, and the steer just is getting a little bit slower. Need to get that head pulled up. Just really need to keep that head up on that animal. Once again, makes it look a lot better. But a young lady also did a very nice job. We'll try bringing these two back to the final round. Give another round of applause, please.
So Isabel Gilliard and Colton McWilliams will come back in the champion round. We'll go to senior showmanship class 3, Tiana Bowles, Colin Cox, Jolyn Glidewell, Ashlyn Knight, Cassie Miller, Abby Riska, Daniel Sexton, and Logan Turner. Senior Showmanship Class 4, be ready. Wes Brown, Madison Evelo, Ashby Hall, Braden Kopp, Callie Rummel, and Tegan Turner. So the ribbon ratings are drawn for Market B. If you have any questions with that, go see.
good as he did. He was a big round of applause, please. I think we had a little deeper class here. I think from top to bottom, I think we had a really nice class. We'll go ahead and just get started here. Start with the red ribbon on this end. Young lady, I actually kind of enjoyed talking to her, but had to happen here with, she struggled a little bit with as far as getting to work quite like she wanted it, but she knew that she was still pretty proud of it, and the fact that it was improving. And so that's the first step. But obviously you just need a little more time at home, a little more time working with it to get it to behave just like you'd like. But certainly appreciate it coming out, and she does a nice job. Next we'll get into some blue ribbons. The young man here, another young man that did a nice job, just needs to be a little more aware. Actually, it got changed a little bit once I pulled him in the line here too. He was doing a little bit better job of kind of keeping him set up, but a lot of times he lets that head kind of sit down. There just looks a little bit weak, a little bit drawn out here. Just needs to make sure he's set up just a little bit better, keep that head up. Next is a young lady here with white steer. Really sweet, pretty nice steer that she has done a nice job with out here. You know, when she moves around the ring, she's a little bit timid with it. She seems to be very well behaved. Just needs to be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more assertive with that animal. Keep that head pulled up, keep him set up just a little bit better, the way that he should be. But a young lady that certainly still did a nice job with her steer. Next is another young man that I appreciate the job he's done out here. He's done a very good job. He's certainly in the top of the class, I think. Steer not working for him sometimes. Sometimes he gets him set up just a little bit funky, a little bit wonky, I guess. That's the way I see it. Usually keeps the head up pretty well on it. He's had pretty good eye on the judge the whole time. Just needs to get that practice in front of a mirror or in front of somebody that has a lot of experience with some cattle and get him set up to look the best out in the show ring. We'll then go ahead and bring these guys back to the front row.
Alright, so Tiana Bowles, Ashton Nye, Cassie Miller, and Danielle Sexton want to hang around. We'll start class 4, Wes Brown, Madison Evelo, Ashby Hall, Braden Kopp, Callie Rummel, and Tegan Turner.
I don't know if it really does, but they were calling you first.
Senior Class 5, be ready. Dylan Brunner, Megan Evelo, Kaya Hendrickson, Kylie McLean, Ellie Mitty, Trevor Zimmerman, and we'll bring back the junior champion Brooklyn Ludeman to show in this class also.
She said we don't. Okay.
Before we get another nice group of exhibitors here, it's a tough day. I know showing out in the hot sun and rain is not ideal showing cattle. But it kind of separates things a little bit too. Some of the animals get a little bit crankier, understandably so. But that's just what we have to work with here today. So we're going to start with the young man here in the end. Students just didn't want to work very well for him today. Struggled with him a little bit. When you get him set up, he does a nice job of having him set up pretty well the way you want him. Just had a hard time keeping him staying put. That's just more work and more time. The young man does a nice job, just really knowledgeable and knows how to have his how to switch for them, I guess. Next is going to is a young lady with a black steer here. Once again, I think the lady that usually has her steer fairly well set up, and you check her off sometimes. One of the big things that I kind of struggles with is if she's doing a little bit better now, that she wouldn't keep that head up quite like you'd like. Keep that head up, and that's taught largely at home. And so it's just a little bit more work, a little bit more time to put into it. Right now, she's got them set up pretty well. Just needs to have that head up a little bit more, okay? So that young lady did a very nice job bringing and preparing her steward. Next is another young lady with black steer here. Also a young lady with, when we were over here just a few minutes ago, just didn't have that steer set up quite all the time we wanted. We wanted to move around, wanted to shake around a little bit, and steers are going to do that. You guys do your best to prepare them for that. Usually in tracks, they still usually kept the head up on their steer really well. I really appreciate that about it. Just refining a few things, okay? And next is a young lady with the Hereford heifer here. The heifer just a little bit stubborn out here today, not wanting to lead very well for her. Usually if she gets it in place, she does a really good job. I like where the feet placement is. But a lot of times you catch her when you're looking at her with that head down a little bit more. You just need when it's on the side profile to put that head up just a little bit more. But a young lady that did a really nice job of preparing her heifer and bringing her to us today. And we'll go ahead and ask these two individuals to come back. Thank you.
Alright, so Wes Brown and Kylie Rummel will come back and show at the end. We'll go to Class 5, Dylan Brunner, Megan Evelo, Kaya Henderson, Kylie McNeese, Ellie Mitty, Trevor Zimmerman, and then our junior champion, Brooklyn Ludeman. So we'll bring back the top purples out of each class, and then the purples from this class to show in the last round. Claire Stanley, Harley Gillard, Isabel Gilliard, Coulter McWilliams, Tiana Bowles, Ashley Knives, Cassie Miller, Danielle Sexton, Wes Brown, Callie Rummel, and then the top purples out of this class.
let's give these guys a big round of applause for coming out here. I guess at a fair like this, I know that showmanship is optional, and I don't want to take any credit away from any of these young individuals, wherever they were placed in the classes today. You know, they don't have to come out here and do this, and I appreciate that they do. They want to be here, they want to learn. And I guess I'm hoping that's what we're doing out here, asking a couple questions, talking to them a little bit about what they can improve and what they do well. And so, once again, I think all the classes out here for an optional thing like this, it's not that way at all, folks. So I want to give all these guys a big round of applause for coming out here today. So we'll start with a couple of red ribbons here. The young man with the Charolais here, they just didn't want to work for him very well today. Whether it's the heat, not sure, but he just struggled a lot with him. He's kind of dragging around the ring a little bit. Just struggled with him. Gonna have to work on that a little bit. Whether you find a little bit still a little bit different temperament or change something at home, not sure. Just need to have a little bit more finesse out there, okay? But the young man, I appreciate him coming out. Still looks good. He did a good job of getting ready, feeding him. Next, the young lady with a black steer here too. Young lady has done a fairly good job out here. Appreciate her coming out. Steer's really well behaved. She's done a nice job there. A lot of times when I get to looking at that steer, a lot of times she's got it stretched out a little bit too far, make her drop in the top a little bit. She's kind of rotated back and forth on whether the heads have been up or down, but for the most part she's probably had it up, I'd say over 50% of the time. Just need to work on foot placement a little bit more. Like I said, he was practicing on somebody over here, just to get him to pop when he comes out in the ring. Next is the young lady with the heifer. I think she did a really nice job out here. I think she might have been one of the juniors. She's done a nice job out here and certainly able to compete with these guys. I think she's probably had some experience, and I appreciate that. Her heifer is certainly a bit better behaved than it was in the first class that she was in juniors. I guess it's the only class. Anyways, young lady has done a nice job. The heifers usually set up, maybe just needs to be a little bit more intense, a little more assertive with it. I appreciate how she's got the head up most of the time. She's aware of the judges, just a little more experience, and she'll probably bump up just a little bit. Next is the young lady with the black steer here. Also still, she's done an excellent job of keeping that head up throughout the class. She just needs to work on foot placement a little bit to make sure that steer is popping when she's got him on the profile or when the judge is walking behind him. And foot placement can be different whether you're on the profile or on the side. And those are things you just need to play with when you're working with them before you bring it to the ring. So the young lady did a nice job of working that steer, seems to be calm, keeping the head up. I'm sure we see the blue ribbon as well. Next is the young lady with the Hereford heifer here. And go ahead and award her a purple ribbon. The young lady has done a really nice job out here. Most of the time you come out and you evaluate her, she's got that heifer fairly well set up. She's got the head usually up, and sometimes she could be a little bit quicker about how she gets there, but she does get there, and I appreciate that very much about her. Heifer works really well here, it's calm, really nice heifer. I'm going to award her a purple, but we'll just bring her back. Thank you.
Alright, so Brooklyn Ludeman, Allie Mitty, and Kaya Hendrickson stay, and we'll bring you guys back in. And everybody else that's coming back in is Claire Stanley, Harley Gilliard, Isabel Gilliard, Coulter McWilliams, Tiana Bowles, Ashlyn Nye, Cassie Miller, Danielle Sexton, Wes Brown, and Callie Rummel. And Brooklyn Ludeman, you are in this class also.
No, she got a purple but not a pullback.
Purple but no pullback.
give this time of all the seniors a big round of applause. I think we've got a really great group of seniors here. I think we've got a group of young individuals that certainly can compete at the next level, which I think is extremely important. Obviously, that's what the goal is to continue to get better and better. I think when you move any of these young individuals around the ring, I think it's impressive. I'm sure you had to have noticed that when they got their animals where they were supposed to be, it took them seconds to set up. Seconds. They weren't sitting there fiddling with them. Most of them, they weren't sitting there fiddling with them. They knew where they needed to be, and they had them there within seconds. A lot of the big shows, you have mere seconds to set that animal up into the perfect position and try to make it stand out compared to a lot of the other animals. You got to have them push buttons. That's what it takes to be able to compete at the next level. And like I said, I think any of these individuals can do that, so that they certainly need to be commended for that. I think when you get in here, I think you can get kind of nitpicky about some of the different things because of the quality and how deep the class runs. But we'll go ahead and start. One lady on the end here with a smaller Hereford, little mini Hereford. A young lady that she's done a really well job. The steer is extremely well trained. It's calm. It comes into the ring. But what I've noticed is that she has to move it a lot to get it to get it set back up. And a lot of times when you get off on the sides, it's not set quite where all 4 feet should be. Just needs to finesse that a little bit. She's usually done a very good job of trying to keep that head up. It just needs to finesse a little bit where the feet go so that animal looks better. Right now it's pretty good. Next is a young lady here with a shorthorn heifer. Young lady that was also struggling a little bit earlier. Heifer wasn't wanting to behave. Like I said, it's getting hot out. I understand that, but that's what ends up separating sometimes. But young lady with heifer didn't want to work quite as well. When she could get it set up, she had it spot on. She had the head up. She did a really nice job. Next is the young man with the black steer here. Young man that's spent a lot of time with his steer. It appears to me like the steer is extremely calm. It moves about the ring very well. You can tell that the individual has confidence, and you can see that. He pushes that back into that steer. Keeps the head up. He's got the feet where they're supposed to be most of the time. Just needs to finesse things a little bit. Need to get just a touch more assertive when setting those legs up a little bit quicker. Next is a young lady with black steer. Another young lady that's done an extremely good job. Sometimes just gets his feet off a little bit. It's just probably a little bit more about how quick you get him set up. When she gets you set up, he looks great. He looks really good. Just need to probably be a notch quicker to move up in the class. Young lady, once again, has done a really nice job. And same thing, as I get farther deeper down into this class, you're getting pretty nitpicky on some things, but when it boils down to it, it's who gets their animal there fastest, well, not fastest I should say, it's not a race, but who gets their animal in place and has it set up immediately. And so that plays a big role. This young lady, she's done a pretty good job. Sometimes I catch her with the head up just a little bit more. She could work that show stick on that steer a little bit more. Sometimes he gets a little bit soft in the top. You can work that show stick a little bit more to just make him pop just a little bit more, bring that top up. Next is the young lady with the roan steer here. A young lady that was really doing extremely well right up front. I love how she keeps that head up. She's very cognizant of that. She's does a good job moving the steer down the ring. Same thing, just a little bit slower as far as getting set up. Maybe not having placing the feet quite where we need them when we get going. To get into these next individuals, extremely tough competition. Same thing with this young lady with the black steer here. Also a young lady that has done a really good job. Sometimes she'll get a little complacent as far as keeping that head up, as far as making sure he looks his best at all times. Same thing, I think you could work that show stick a little bit on that steer just to make him look a little bit better and really bring out his attributes. Next is a young lady with the red heifer here. A young lady that I was pretty impressed with all through, as well as earlier in her class. She does a really nice, solid job. She has that heifer set up. Sometimes she's got the back feet set up a little bit off. She's got it together instead of having that one foot forward a little bit. I saw it caught that a couple times over here. We would have been a little bit more careful about that. We probably would have been just a notch higher in the class. But a really nice job and an excellent job out here, and really impressed with what she's doing. Getting the top four here. To be perfectly honest, I think you could have probably win any way you wanted today. I nitpicked a couple little things, I guess, as far as to find their placings, but these four individuals did an excellent job. Extremely hard to finally break them apart, I guess, in my opinion. But I did, because that's what I was asked to do today. Young lady here with the heifer, really appreciated, really liked how she moved this heifer around the ring. She had a very fluid motion. The young lady did an excellent job of moving around the move at the right pace. You can tell it's extremely well trained. Biggest thing with her, when I get off on the side, I feel that she gets that back leg just a little bit farther forward than what I would prefer. Right now she's got it about a foot forward. You need to be probably closer to about 8-10 inches. But she's quite a bit forward right now. That's one thing I would change. Other than that, you're doing a lot of things right. You really did a nice job out here today. Next is a young man with a stout black steer. Also a young man that did a really nice job out here today. When he gets his steer on the move and set up, he's one of the first ones always to get him set up. This young lady does too. But does a very good job making sure he's set up. As far as most of the time, I'd like to see those front feet a little bit square. He tends to get the back ones just right. Sometimes the front ones aren't quite as square. And then the other thing that dinged him maybe just a notch was a little bit of struggle. The steer is probably hotter than heck, right? And he's not working quite as well as he'd probably like today, or as he might in a shed. But the young man did an excellent job. Certainly deserves to be up there. As we get into the two top ones, two individuals that I think did a really good job. Young lady with the black steer just always seems to have him set up. She could be just a notch quicker as far as when she sets him up. When she sets him up, he seems to do a pretty good job of staying. And she's got him looking just right. As far as whether he's on the move or whether he's standing, she tries to make sure that he's looking his best. And so she's going to be your reserve champion today. Your grand champion is going to be the young lady with the white heifer on the end. This young lady caught my eye in her class. She just has done an absolute outstanding job out here today. She'll always be one of the first ones that will be set up. She'll also usually does an excellent job of leading that heifer out. The heifer is extremely well trained. She's basically push button where she is. Stopped it, set up, and bam. She did that in what? 2 seconds? 3 seconds? She's worked a lot with that heifer and it shows. I think that's why she's at the top today. Once again, give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations to Action Live Grand Champion and Allie Mitty for Reserve Champion. That concludes our beach show.